Okay. Yeah. So, as is the tradition, despite it working perfectly fine before, the headset has lost... Well, let's see if everything is working perfectly fine first. Nope. Okay. One sec. This is easy to fix. There we go. Okay. And then next is audio. All right. Okay, there we go. So today it's mostly going to be hopefully not as much refactoring. I started off refactoring a few things. Just aiming for optimizations really. But for the most part it should be just creating some UI elements, hopefully creating the store framework. So in these games, when you reach a level up, you can press a button, I believe, and that will lead you to the... It'll pause the game and lead you to some type of menu where you can purchase your upgrades or purchase new abilities and things like that. So we're going to be creating a system primarily around... First, around the visual, and then secondly, around the... or rather, all of these are primary, but first around creating like a visual of what I want it to look like, and then we're going to create the code for the data behind what it looks like. I've had some ideas about how to approach this, so hopefully they work, right? First I need to fix this stuff though. I'm not sure why, but yeah, we always have to fix this stuff. The numbers are still the same, but I think it's just the headset does its own thing each time. Like, I do a snap test to see like where my finger is versus the mic, and if it can still pick that stuff up. And it changes every time. Yep. Okay, I think that's a good place. It's senseless to even remember these numbers because what the mic expects changes every time that I turn it on, I guess. I don't... Let's go down a bit. Looks like 4 decibels. Okay, that looks like it. Alright, let's get started. So I just have a little bit... So I'm still going to be doing, hopefully, again, not too long. It was not going to take too much time, but I still need to finish some optimizations. As you can probably, if you were watching the last video, I got it down a lot. Garbage collection is down a ton. I was mostly hitting CPU process this morning, but we got garbage collection down a lot. So this was the last run through. And we can see a small instance of this right here, but I think this is Unity, not me. Yeah, this is just Unity doing its thing. This is me, and you can see it. I'm not very far behind Unity, and I don't like that. This should be like 1/10 of whatever Unity is processing right there for me to be satisfied. And most of that stuff is happening. Whoa, this one is weird. This is the ability manager stuff, right? This is something I wanted to hit next. For the most part, I was focusing on world coordinates right now, and you can see I got this down drastically from where it was before. So we're just finishing up this part. So we created a new structure for data here, which is, this is hopefully going to be the magic system that handles this, and the goal is to preload a ton of quadrants around wherever the player initializes. Now, the problem is that this is an infinite world. So at a certain point, you're going to have to dynamically, like if the player just keeps running to the right forever and ever, we're going to end up having to preload new quadrants as enemies spawn in those new areas. So it's going to get laggy. But I still haven't figured out why it's losing data. Right? But the thing is once it caches this new information, it should then lose the lag and start, functioning normally. That's part of the reason why I didn't even do this to begin with, because I was okay with the game initially lagging and then getting smooth going forward. But for whatever reason, this isn't working. The logic behind calculate quadrant ID. So what this should be doing is when we pass in these two... Okay. There we go. When we pass in these two numbers, it wants to then immediately update this, the last check key. This is all just like pinching pennies on it, on getting rid of allocations. So we don't instance a new vector 2, we're just converting these, or we're treating this as a conversion to a vector 2, and then we store it here. Now the thing is that we're not instancing this, we're just storing the data. And well, technically this is an instance, but you can see here, it's a local variable, which means that we don't allocate this information. Everything is just going to disappear after we go, and the Unity garbage collector itself will take care of it rather than us creating new garbage for it to worry about. That makes sense. Then we check here if we have this. Now this is where the problem was happening with process time. But this call happens a lot. So I have two solutions. Right now I'm trying the first one, which is to instead use try get value, which hopefully is a 0-1 lookup, and will if we find something, we simply return the result instead of doing all of this. This is the dynamic part I was mentioning before, where if we're in a completely new area and enemies are spawning in a completely new quadrant, then we're going to have to be creating those quadrants as we go. Hash set is pretty heavy for that, but once it's gone, it's gone. Like once it's running, we don't have to. It's supposed to be a lighter transitional collection type. I honestly think that list is better, but I'm just trying out hash set now just to see. Because hash set is supposed to be better for two things. 3, not caring about order, knowing that we only have one of each unique element in it, or making sure each element in it is unique. It does that internally. And so it has a higher memory. And 3, we don't care about the order that the memory is in. So that's what should make this a solid pick for the collection type. So far it's not working out, but I'm going to try this last thing right here, and if it doesn't, then we'll try the other way. Usually these things never work the first time, though. Okay, let's get to it. We're going to try running this and seeing what happens. Now this is just only going to run for a few seconds. It's supposed to stop. And it's supposed to... Oh, wow, it's... Okay. Yeah, there we go. So it's supposed to stop and they're supposed to stay around on the outside, which is going to create a ton of garbage. I did it that way intentionally. This is stress testing it. You can kind of see it on the outside, like they're just hovering around outside of the area, struggling to try to find a way to get to me, but I've intentionally blocked off all ways that they can try to get to me, using just numbers. So let's take a look and see what the garbage is. Like, it's supposed to be infinitely looping them as they keep bouncing around trying to find a direction, and that's supposed to be generating a ton of CPU calls. All right, this actually looks really, really. Let me not say anything. Okay. All right. We're having near zero GC generation, right? Let's focus on one thing. Let's focus on GC for right now. What is generate? As you can see, we got the GC down a ton. Whoops, saw it. There we go. Alright, this is just the... Alright, it looks like we took care of GC. So let's look at the process time then. That's actually really good. Nice getting little surprises like that. I probably should have streamed the whole cleanup for the GC part, I guess, but I didn't want to spend the whole stream working on that. Alright, we have a consistent 12 millisecond CPU time, it looks like. As far as update loop goes, right? I want to try to find a spike in it. That's what I'm really looking for. Like I just saw at 30. Okay. There we go. This is something that this is still the player. There we go. Okay, so... we actually can't mess with these. I don't think we can. Let's dig in. Let's see what we can do. Don't give up. Let's look in. Okay, this is one area we could hit. Update display. So, one thing with Unity is it will at times try to treat this type of call, which should be an internal call, as a get component call. And that's what you were seeing out there. So the workaround for that is I stored, I think it's at the parent level, but I stored the position. I think it's under current position. There we go. And that would just eliminate that get component call. Let's see what else we can hit from that. We just took care of this. So it will do something like this, which is something it shouldn't do, right? Get transform should not be on marshalling, but it does that once in a while. I don't know why. Camera main. Right. So let's actually store this also. So I think we want to actually don't want to do this here. We want to go up a level. Go up to the game character and then we do it. Oh, oops. Okay, that should take care of 2 of the process calls. So we can't, I don't think we can do anything about this part. This is just CPU doing CPU things. I think. Oh gosh. Can we store the viewport? Yeah, we need to update this every frame, so we can't get away with it. This is the best that we could get it to. It is what it is. We have to also make this protected. Okay, let's try it out now. So the goal is to try to get rid of a total of 4. What is this looking like? So we should have gotten rid of about 3 milliseconds of time by doing those 2 changes. And so this is on a 31-second tick. Try that again. And this is debugging 101, right? This is how you read the profiler. Okay. Look up. We're getting a lot of GC this time, I think. $31. Yeah, that's fine. This is something that we can't avoid. But this is something... I think this is basically it. I think this is as far as I can push it. Right? Like, I'm at the very bleeding edge of optimization that I can get out of this. It's really just now, like, this stuff is all arbitrary because the spawn manager is going to do its thing. I have it like at an unreasonable number. It's just spawning thousands every fraction of a second. So it's going to look like that. Okay. I think that's it. I think we can move on. Let's move on to UI. I feel like this is a good place that we can just say, all right, that's enough. We can always just test this out. Let's turn this off. Right? The trick was I needed to make sure that this wasn't... Because this before was on like this pattern of just constantly going up over time. I just needed to get rid of that path. Let's close the profiler. Basically, I'm just checking to see if after the optimizations I screwed anything up. It looks like I did. They're moving very weirdly. They should be coming at me from basically all sides, but... Let's take a look. Yeah, they're broken. I'm trying to put together in my head why they're broken that way. Not seeing it. Let's go take a look at the code. The only thing I could think of is that it's not clearing the cache. Where is it? Get free direction. Oh. Yeah, no, it should do this. Yeah, that's it. There it is. Okay. No. Ah. This is interesting. So normally what I would want to do is clear the cache, but there is no cache. Well, I mean, there is, but it's inside of this. I don't think this is needed. So the reason why we're going this way is supposed to be because we're using spatial partitioning. We could, if we wanted to be really simple about approach, we could have used nothing but colliders. But in this case, what we're doing is we turn off the collider. We turn off the colliders. 1 second. Sorry about that. So in this case, what we do is we turn off the colliders within a specific range, or when they're outside of a specific range. It just creates less. You saw, for example, when Unity was doing this garbage. Well, it's not there anymore. But when Unity was doing that massive garbage spike, that was because of some of the colliders that were active. The less of them on, the less garbage we get. But I turned them on because I got lazy and didn't want to have to recreate the entire process of simulating collisions just because physics was needed. And okay. I don't see it. Right? I don't see the problem here. This should be checking. Basically, this is doing a scan of the angles around from the position of the enemy in the direction that we tell it that we want it to face based on its position. So this should just always be the player in this case. And then it handles, let me check rotate vector. This should be a really simple call, yeah. Right? And this is simulating a scan around and then grabbing the directions. Now, we only do this when we need to do populate the reusable test direction. Maybe I made a mistake here. Get, oh, it should be only looking for, yeah. With this. Oh. Okay, yeah. All right, let's. I haven't even tried this yet. But we'll try it later. Right now, it's just trying to get the enemies to start moving in again. That's the thing, when you break something and then forgot that you broke it. That's the story of programming. So now I have to walk my way back to try to figure out... Oh, actually, this should help. I see. So if they're just too far away, they'll spawn in... Okay, I know what the problem is. Or I think I do. Right? So the problem is here, they don't actually have a world coordinate. Like, let me try to click one of them. Ah, that's funny. Right. So, if I look here... Yeah, you see, they don't have a world ID. It's all just zeroed out. Do they even have a batch ID? He does, 39. But yeah, that's the problem. They never get initialized with a proper world ID. Are all of them that way? Most of them are. All of them aren't. Alright, let's fix it. It's up here at the top. Yep, see, I had turned it off. This was where it was. Okay. That should get it working. Nope, they still don't have any ID. So, like, if I walk over to them, do they start moving? Because they're gonna have to get, like, it's every frame that they check. Oh, they just disappear. Because it's reading them as if they're too far away from me. Alright, we're gonna take a small recess. Be right back. Okay, we are back. All right. Let's take a look at what's going on with this stuff now. So we had an issue with movement or navigation. We needed to debug that before we could move on to UI. Let's do that. Some objects are not clean. What? Okay. Weren't getting this. Right? Let's do a print here, just to see what's going on. Adding group. Technically, this should never be getting into this because we're creating it over here in the account section, but if it is, that's a good thing anyway. I just want to know if it is for sure. So this is probably 0, 0. So it does it like the first time, but it's not doing it the rest of it. Alright, so we're actually going to remove this functionality. So we want to take the quadrants. So we need to have a signed spatial group. I see. Calculate. We have quadrant, which is same thing. We actually want to get rid of the okay. And so now we should be using this more often. Let's put this here. When do we set the spatial group? I think we do it when we do get spatial group. It happens somewhere in world object. Pretty sure it should. Update quadrant. Yeah, here it is. So we do handle get quadrant, which will then populate the current quadrant. Check if that is spatial group that this is in. And if it isn't, then we remove this from the current spatial group and then add it to this. Right? That's the trick. So this should only have one area that this is called. Let's check. Why is it being called in a bunch of different places? Being called in the player twice. 74. Check what's happening with the player. Yeah, we're calling it twice. I don't know why. Okay, there we go. So it's being called in two places. One is on the player, the other one is on the enemies. We could probably get away with just putting this in the game character and then having it getting called there. But nah. Next we want to do add to badge. Okay. So basically what this does is that this tries to get a quadrant, or rather a spatial group, that this should belong to from the dictionary of stored quadrants. Then we just pass that. We create one if one doesn't already exist. Otherwise, if this, which we already have, doesn't contain... Do we even need this? I don't think we need this. Because this is a hash set. You know, let's leave it there. We can, if we change this to list later, at least we have that already. Then we int. This is all debug stuff. Let's test this first to see if we're getting into the issue that we had the other day that caused us to start all of this. No reference exception. Okay, so something is looking for is quadrant. So something is calling for this here. How is this being called? This is weird. Not sure how we got there without it having a quadrant. Right? Because unless we added it to the batch before we... Where is the process? Like on awake or something. Initialize. anytime that I see that transform call, I'm just getting rid of them. Yeah, we're not doing that. Okay. It would work, but that would create a different problem. Oh, we have it over here. It's turning into one of those sessions. Okay. Let's get back to what we were actually trying to do. So I'm going to try this one more time. If it still is locking them out, I'll just turn this part off and just use the initial direction, right? We can find out if this is what's causing it or if it's something happening in get direction. Just try that once again. That's process of elimination. Well, it would work if we didn't forget about this. So it shouldn't be a part of this. Like, how is this even getting here? It's insane, right? Like, it shouldn't be capable of getting to this point. So we need to look at enemy real quick and find out what's happening here. So when we enlist, we are supposed to be, maybe it's in game character? It can't be, it has to be in here. You know what? There's an easy way to find it. World coordinates. There we go. Add 2 references. The world object. Okay, I see. I don't know why that... I could have sworn I saw a place where it was just there with like a ton of different other calls and I deleted one. And that's when we started getting the null. Right? We had one on the player. We had one on the... We had 2 on the enemy. Okay. There we go. Yeah, this is where it was supposed to be. The enemy registration, so I don't know why this wasn't here, but it was supposed to be here. Maybe I did, I don't know. I think I'm imagining things. Oh, wow. How are you getting there before you have a batch? It's crazy. That's like actually crazy. Like we are adding it here. There's 3 places. Here we go. The heck is going on here? Add to batch and add to should only... My brain, bro. Can't believe that I'm already this zonked out. I think it's the player that's throwing me off, maybe. That is a player. Okay, so the player is doing it as part of the initialization. So is it the player that's the one that's missing? Is the question. Can't be. Okay, I see. So the player is the one that I needed to do this part to. Right, so it had nothing to do with the enemy. So whatever is happening here is crazy. Object reference not set to an instance of an object. And that's happening here. So is it just saying that it's getting null back here? That's what I'm reading it as. Right, that's what I'm reading it as here. It looks like we have to... I thought we could do that internally, but it looks like we have to do this. In GD script, you don't have to do that, which is... There we go. So that should fix that. That's what this problem was. There's going to be another problem because I did a similar change. I forgot. In GD script, you can't get away with that. Yep, it's still doing it. All right, fine. So let's do the other thing, which is get rid of this part. That should already be a normalized value. But we're going to see if it's still going to behave the same with this. If it is, then it shouldn't. Yeah, something else is going on here. Yeah, this is a weird issue. It's not. Uh, I'm about to just redo the entire spatial partitioning system. I don't know what part of it I just screwed up, but I must have yinged when I should have yanged. But it's very clear to me that what's happening is these guys are on vector 200, or it's reading them as vector 200, and they're really, they're actually not there. Right? So this isn't the problem. I thought it was, but it's not. Because I think this is just doing some simple. Just hitting optimizations as I move along. Enemy manager. Yeah, so the enemy manager is really not doing much. When we call face towards, it's just going to try to get the player. Right, and then returns. The current position. 3. That should reduce the GC as much as possible here. Okay, so now the next issue we're having looks like it's very obviously a caching problem. Right? Which tells me, makes sense, because that's what I was messing with. By caching, what I mean is we need to clear the cache. And I remember I deleted clear, and I was like, oh, why do I need that? And I just deleted it. So I need to try to remember where I deleted that. Oh, it's right here. I think. So it looks like that's not even the case. You know what? Let's help myself out. Okay, we're going to be checking out the spatial groups on the list and help myself out further. Let's cut down the amount of spawns that we're going to have down to just 100. Okay. All right. So it does have a spatial group, right? This is 104. Okay, so it does have, these do have valid spatial groups. My question is, if they know they have a spatial group, why aren't they moving towards the player? We know their move towards should be working. Let's physically move these things around and see what happens. It should update its spatial group. So we know, well, it is updating. If you look at the position, it's actually updating this. just not updating the spatial group. What's going on here? Or are you not updating? I'm thinking these guys are enemies that came in, died. They should have been removed from the spatial group list and then added back in. There might be something going on. Double check. Maybe I have gated it off. So let's take a look at enemy one more time. So when we create a new enemy, or when we enable an enemy, it needs to go through this call, initialize. And then inside of initialize, after we've taken care of all of the properties, we enlist it to the combat manager and whatever else. So here we register it. We register. Odd. Odd. Something going on. I think I got confused. So it's not the combat manager that's taking care of this, it is the enemy manager. So when do we register with the enemy manager? That's the question. We have to register at some point with the manager. Do it. Is it inside? I think it's inside of the spawn manager we do it. And that might be what's causing the issue. Yeah, so here we go. So what's calling handle registration? We abstract it out. Okay. There we go. Okay, so it is the spawn manager handling it. So, oh, all right. Every time that we spawn in, we want to register the enemy into the enemy manager, and so we also need to delist Okay, so we create a GUID right here. Gotcha. That's why we didn't need to do this, because we do update quadrant. Gotcha. Okay. So maybe that's what was causing it. Let's go back. The update quadrant internally is already doing a few things. It's validating the current position of the transform and then adding it to batch, which might be why happening for it. That was doing that. Nope, we still have the standing out here for some reason. being updated, but spatial, this is not changing. There's only one other thing that I could think of that could be causing it now. And that is update quadrant itself. Go to enemy. So actually we can test that right now because we exposed current position. So we could just check if the current position is actually changing. I'm thinking it's not changing. Okay, so current position is there. Move it around. Yep, that's the problem. Current position is not changing. This bit right here. It's not updating the current position. And so until it updates this, it doesn't know that anything else moved. So why isn't it updating the current position? That's a good question. So the current position gets updated. It might be that we overwrit the move toward destination. This should just be getting called, period. Right? If not, can move. Huh. Is it possible? Let's do initial. That might have been what was causing it. Current position. Basically, that's supposed to fire off, I guess, when they die. We need to turn it off when they get respawned, I'm thinking. What's happening? That looks like what the problem was. Let's bump the number up to 1,000. Yep, that was the problem. Okay. So when the enemies died, they turn that flag on. Let's take a look at this going on here now. So at current we have 1,000, roughly 1,000 enemies. Bond, and we are maintaining 100 and 100 plus FPS, which is nice. Right. There was one other thing as far as optimization that we wanted to hit, but I'm going to leave that as is for now. Let's move on to UI development. Okay, so now the way these games work is when you press a button, it should bring up like your level up screen, right? So first, let's think, what button would that normally be? I don't know. Maybe escape? Maybe L for level up? Or C for character? Yeah, I think C is better, because C is like, it's W, A, S, and D to move. So you just move your finger to C. Boom, you bring up your character level up stuff. Let's make it C. Okay. I'm pretty sure I need to do other things, but whatever. And then we just go to the input manager, take care of it from. So pretty simply, we're using the new input system. Not so new anymore, but in Unity they have this system and they have the old system. Basically, what this is doing is we're just hooking into the built-in callback, which is an action type. You can see it as a delegate. We're just hooking this functionality in, and then we're going to broadcast out using this public static event an invoke of that. So anything that cares to know that this is can just hook into this proper. I mean, alternatively, we could have just made this an instance and then just hooked in directly via this. There's a few things that we could have done, but I prefer to do it this way because if I ever want to extend this logic before I ever go out and like pass new stuff in, we could always just do that. Right? I don't see that being needed, but it's a possibility. Like kind of like what we did here. Right? Right? So this will just get the character to stop, and this will get the character to move in a direction based on the vector 2 read value. Stuff like that. So we could technically handle this stuff inside of whatever is going to be reading this. The fact that we handled it outside of it means that now everything else can expect that these values are going to be here for us. In this case, it doesn't matter. Maybe later. Okay, so we have the buttons connected. So now all we need is the UI itself. I think we probably want to pause the game when we do this. Maybe. And so when we pause the game, we can provide like a sort of vignette to or should this be one of those games where it doesn't pause and you would just have to like go really quickly through? Let's start working on the UI proper then. We'll figure it out as we go along. Let's assume we're going to use a vignette. So this is where my Godot stuff, that brain is trying to say, nope, this is Unity. Got to do it a slightly different way. Introduce this panel. And let's give it a dark. That's already. How does that look? Yes, that's a thing. You know what I forgot to do? I forgot to check if we're streaming. Yes, we are. Okay, awesome. All right, let's assume that that's what we're going to do. I'm going to keep this as simple as possible. Oh. Let's introduce another panel. That's what I mean about my Godot brain. I gotta turn that off. In Unity, you do that this way, if I remember correctly. Actually, hold on. Let's turn this off. Little things like this. Oh, okay, so it still works the same. Gotcha. So I wonder if I do this. Can you do that? Yes, it looks like we can. Does it work? No, it doesn't. There we go. I think it was better the way it was before. Right? Because everything's going left to right, so... And then we just make a slot. Or actually, we need to make a grid. Don't think we need to do this with the panel. I think we can just do it directly. Yeah, I almost forgot that Demigiant has its own. Like, I always, whenever I use Dutween, I always just code it. I never remember to try doing it through the API. The editor API. I think that's just another Godot thing. Just always coding your tweens. I do think they have some not workshop. What do they call it? Their library. Their asset library, yeah. I do think they have some Dutween style stuff for their editor in their asset library for free. What is this? I have no clue what that does. Oh, that's cool. That is awesome. I did not know you could do that in Unity. That is very neat. Like, little things like that should not be just mixed up with this stuff, because I don't even remember where I just saw it. Header. Like, this stuff should be like, it should have its own section. Well, you can't see that, but it's basically just jumbled into all of the other options. So we're looking for... I think we're looking for... Yeah, I think we're looking for a scroll bar. Or rather, the scroll view. Yep, there we go. And it comes with its own panel, so we don't have to worry about that part. I always forget. But we're gonna do that now. There we go. Okay. I guess we don't. All right, let's leave that alone. Neither one of them is going to show, so that's fine, I guess. So then we got to go inside of here. Good enough. And now we need to add some stuff. So I think it's grid. I think grid layout group and content size fitter. Yep, there we go. Right. So now this should just be a grid of the different stuff that we can purchase or something like that. Like I forget how this works in these games. I think it's normally horizontal, and then you get to pick 3. I don't think it's like this kind of thing where I'm building it out loud. I think you just get like a horizontal selection of 3 things. So we don't need like a ton of slots. We just need 3 slots. Really. Right? And then maybe down the road we might have like a power-up that you can get that will just like add an additional, that would give you like your 4th slot. Huh. So is horizontal better than vertical for this? I'm not sure. One sec. I think I'm gonna go with, because if I, you know what? Let's build it out and see what it looks like. That's instead of guessing all the time in my head. So we don't have control right now. We've got to use this in Unity. Each cell size. So the verticals fit is minimum size. Horizontal is on. We increase this. Increase this. I'm thinking probably we want this to be behind it now, because it's sort of in the way. Right, there we go. How does that feel? I think horizontal is the winning. Just keep goofing around. Right, there we go. Like, you can have something like that size. What I'm thinking. So, yeah, let's make each one third. So 50, let's come up with a round. Let's say 535. Seven. How many of these? That would give us, like, each one now you can go here and you'd see like the icon of it, description, then you can choose to learn it. But yeah, and the only ones that should ever pop up here are stuff that you're qualified to learn. Otherwise it'll just be less than 3. If you go beyond that, then you roll down. See what it looks like if we run it. Oh, errors. What are we crying? Oh, this. Okay. Right, so you level up, you press the C button, and then the animation happens. So already we can see that it's offset to the left a little too much. We can just fix that. Okay. Let's change this. And let's think we have, yeah. Start corner. See if that fixes it. Okay, yeah, it looks better. Sort of. I think we have to go up to the edge on it, sort of. Make it like that. Huh. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay. That's so weird. My brain is not... Ah. Okay, so... Alright, whatever. We guess we have to do it this way. Okay, let's try it now. Let's see what it looks like. Oh, boy. So, yeah. The problem is these scroll bars are a pain. Let's, It would be nice if it was done in percentage. It'd be easy to, like, just... But I think it's going to make the adjustments when I hit play automatically. Yeah, it does. Okay, gotcha. So I don't need to do the overshoot. So the only thing left is down here. There we go. Sort of weird. It is perfectly centered. Ah, I see. Let's do it that way. Let's see what it looks like again. Yeah, the top is still... Over here is still not what I would like. Does it matter? If we do this, it doesn't matter, I think. Put the banner back down here. Kind of hide our shame a little bit. I don't want to offset it. I kind of want to keep everything zeroed out, but if we need to offset it, then fine. Let's change the banner. Kind of ugly. Yeah, it looks goodish. See what this looks like. This is giving me an idea. should probably apply like a shader to this, is what I'm thinking. To give it a kind of wiggle animation. Okay. Oh, whoops. There we go. That looks nice. We can give a shade. We can put a shader on it and then make it like kind of wiggle around, look sort of animated. That leaves us back with the same problem, though. This. Let's actually do a little bit more with this. Give me a sec. There. That looks good. Okay, let's see what that looks like in without the scroll bars. Okay. Now let's change these a bit. It's not. They're supposed to look like. Ah, interesting. So this is transparent by nature. The issue is here. This background is not solid. Let's... Nope. Yeah. Feel like I didn't really accomplish anything with that one. If anything, I just made the borders more pronounced. Might be useful. Yeah. Make it a little less complex. What does this look like? I'm not very impressed with it. It doesn't need to be. There's something weird going on, right? Let me try this. I think I know what the problem is. That's what I think. I think we don't need this at all. I think this is should have been the main one. Let's fix this position a little bit. All right, see what it looks like. Yeah, I think it's starting to look closer to what I want. It doesn't feel as heavy. Okay, so now let's undo some of the stuff that I did. Let's get rid of my shame for a second. Just want to see what it looks like without that. My shame cover. What the heck? That's funny. One sec. Just Unity doing Unity things. There we go. Okay, I think 574 would be good. What the heck? Yeah, horizontal is disabled. Oh, oh boy. Okay. Just, again, Unity doing Unity things. We have no code behind this, so whatever happened, happened on the editor. I'm this close to just deleting the horizontal. Like, I am very close to just deleting it. It's disabling the vertical one for some reason. Right? And it's leaving the horizontal one active. But if I go here, scroll view, the vertical one should be the one that's enabled. I don't know, brother. Oh boy, this is Game Dev 101, right? Let's find out what's the problem. What is your malfunction? Let's just turn them on and turn them off and see what happens. Like, no bueno. Okay, it just needed to be clicked on and off, I guess, before to. That looks like a bug and a half. Okay. Now the moment of truth. What happens if we resize this? Nothing. UI looks perfectly fine. Okay. Then we can turn this back on. Yeah, this feels much better, I think. Like, you press it, this comes down, and then gonna be like a button somewhere. Probably like right here, pretty big button. Icon, information, button. Just learn. Probably just a big horizontal button. You can click it. And then you... Or actually, we could have a couple buttons out here. So first we click it, and that's the one we select. And then we can click Learn. Or maybe that's one too many buttons to click. Right. Or we can click here. Then we can click Reroll if we have that unlocked. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. Let's put some of that stuff in. So, fun fact, we don't need this, I think. Oh no, we do. Do we? I don't think we do. Do we? Yeah, we do. Okay. Because we need this to be above this. Right? That's the problem. So it's fine. Ugh. Okay, so the next step was what? Oh, the outside options. So let's make these I guess we should just for now make them buttons, I guess. There we go. So this button would be close. Then we have to have another one. Reroll. Okay, let's change the sprite. right? These usually have like a certain amount of rerolls that you're allowed to have. It's actually looking okay, sort of. Not horrible. So this part will be hidden unless you unlock, I guess, the ability to reroll. Or something, I don't know. And then this is just always here. Right? Technically, you could always, just trying to make it further away from it. So technically, or maybe this should be at the bottom. I think reroll should probably be down here. Right? I think it makes sense right here. Okay, good enough. So now... Alright. So now the actual slots will have only one button. And that's just going to be the learn button, I think. Over here, it'll have the icon. And it will have any No, we don't need to... I guess for like, if you're trying... Like, if the player wants to come up with like a build, and in the future they want to know what unlocks what, then it's probably good to just have like what the prerequisite is to have unlock this. But visually, or sorry, the only things that'll ever appear here are stuff that you've already unlocked. So I guess once you've unlocked it, now the player knows how to unlock it in the future, like on the next playthrough. Then you have like what it does, and then you have the ability to spend your level up. Right, so the level up actually comes, it should come at points. You should have like a certain amount of points based on the amount of levels, I guess. Right? So we have to track that separately. So we need some place that's going to tell us how many points we actually have. So probably in the header. So we can say skill points. In the header. Let's do that. So I'm not too worried about this right now because, again, I'm going to apply a shader to the smoke-looking stuff here to give it like a wiggle effect. So it's going to be moving around this. So it's going to slightly obscure different parts of it, but I'm hoping that the text size would have been large enough that it doesn't matter. People will be able to just read it and say, okay, we have 10 skill points, but it'll also have that cool effect. Right? That's the goal. And since reroll is all the way at the bottom, we can make that bigger, I think, also. Right? So let's say we have 99 rerolls. Okay, that looks good. I think that's it. Now we just have to do the actual slot. All right, so on the left, I'm going to put an icon. Right. Let's just grab like a temporary icon. So we have something we can put in there to give us a sense of scale. Is that good or not? I don't know. I think that's good. Maybe I should go for the super big one, or I just keep it that size. You know what? We're going to keep it at that size. Forget about it. Okay. Then we're going to put the slot for the So now in Godot, what we would do is have a whole bunch of these different slots. So I would just make another grid and then put it here. But in Unity, grids are very cumbersome to work with. Like, I don't want to go through the whole content size stuff that I had to just do. So instead, I'm just going to... Unity kind of... It's a mixed bag. Because Unity could technically do it better than Godot does it, but then Godot just is very in your face about, like, this is how it's done, and that there's something to say about how that adds to the ease of use in the Godot version. Translates to just a better experience. But in Unity, you kind of just do that. And then you get the same effect in a way. It just doesn't compartmentalize in the brain as easily. So I think at the top we want to have the name of the ability or upgrade. Right, and I think we can actually do an underscore. Or maybe we should do it down here. I think down here makes sense. Right. But at the same time, Godot, you have to actually make a custom script to just do what I just did. So it's like, you know, you win some, you lose some. Okay. Next is... Basically, we got to do the exact same thing. So we're just going to copy-paste. I think we're eating up too much space on just simple stuff like that, so let's make these two small. Or, actually, let's do it this way. Brr. Good stuff. All right, let's take a gander at what that looks like. Now, I don't know if I have a kind of hmm. Another thing I like about Unity is that they default into button press stuff. So just by setting the icon, it'll handle the visual effect for pressing the button, which is awesome. Ah, there it is. Ah, gotcha. Just took my brain a second to realize what I was supposed to do. Sorry about that. There we go. That looks good. Right? That's what I mean. Like, Unity already handles that out of the box. I think that's good. This. Interesting. It's not letting me select it. That's funny. All right. Before we start going about the business of turning this into a prefab, let's start doing some coding. Stuff like this. So, wait. Something is weird. Is this supposed to be all the way out here? So 574 is what it was. Bring it back in. See what it looks like. Yeah, it looks ugly at that point. So it's got to be 574. Okay. That's why I do it the other way instead of messing with grids. There's certain times when you can't avoid grids, like in this case when you don't know how many elements are going to be in your list at the end of the day. So that's just helpful, but visually it's just weird. 574. Okay. Okay. So now we have to do the code for the slot. And the code for stuff like this is generally very simple. It's really just connecting the visual to the script. Oh, let's need to mess with it. For me, this is a type of controller, so I like to put these all... come on, brother. There we go. I like to put these all in my controller script stuff. And we can call this one, what do we call it? Upgrade purchase slot. Right? And Unity updates itself. And all we have to do is add it to class over here, or the game object. That's this thing we just made. Okay, so the reason why I say this is simple to work with is because all we're really doing is just connecting the dots. So we go serialize. So let's see the dots that we need to connect. So first we have the icon, the name, and these. So this, we don't need this, but whatever. Hold on. So we need the info detail, the required name, and the upgrade name, right? So the icon, and the rest of these are all Text Mesh Pro stuff. Okay, so now I think that's everything. Let's just verify. Oh, almost everything. We have a little bit more to do. Okay. I think... Yeah. All right. Okay, so that's the basic stuff. Then we're also going to need something for the button. So in Unity, you could do it two ways. You could either use this and connect it from here, or you could do it the way I'm about to do it. I mean, and there's other ways, but I find the way that I'm about to do it a bit easier to work with. And also, okay, that's it. So now from here, we just need a public so there's actually going to be another class above this, but for the purposes of this, we're just going to yeah, we're going to actually make this private. Should we? Ah. Okay. So all items that are to be upgraded come from game item, which I believe is a scriptable. Yep, there it is, scriptable object. Okay, which means that we also need to store a reference to game item. And the image, there we go. There we go. So now that should handle initialization for this. When we basically, this class is about 50% done. The only thing left is the this. So now this is where that whole multiplayer question comes in. What player does this slot represent? The easy answer would just be to do this. Right, there we go. So if we're playing a single player game, then this will not be populated. And so we'll just get the single player. Otherwise, we will push in the target player for this. So now the second part of this is claim upgrade button, right? When that's pressed. So we need to hook in to when this button is pressed. Right? So now we go on enable. Okay, so now when this is clicked, this will fire off handle upgrade. And so now we go so there are two different types of upgrades. Right? There are abilities that could be added. So normally what we would do, the right way to do this, would be to have the ability itself handle its own method for upgrading. Right? And since they all inherit from game item, the problem is that they don't all have like an upgrade that they inherit from, which I think is what I need to create. Basically, right now we have several different types of upgrades. We have effects that are placed on the player, and then we have effects that are placed on abilities, and then we have abilities themselves, right? So like when you see the character shooting out those orbs and whatnot, that's basically an ability. Then on those abilities, they have different effects. Some effects allow them to do knockback, some damage, and similarly for the player, we could have an effect that would increase the range for them to pick up items or move faster, and so on. So what we actually want to do is something like this. Right? That's what we actually want to do. But we already have an upgrade data somewhere. So we're going to have to basically override upgrade data, pass all of the abilities, regular upgrades and stuff like that to go through upgrade data. Give upgrade data a overridable method, and then just call that. But it looks like I already had that in mind. I just forgot about it and didn't hook it in. So let's go and visit upgrade data and see what it looks like. And then just hook the other ones into it. Yep, see? So it has here. Item. Wait, maybe I already did do this. No, this is a different design altogether. I was going a different direction with this, I think. Yeah, this is me overthinking. But we kind of get it here. Right? We kind of get it there, but this is me overthinking. Okay. So we can just get rid of all of this. Hopefully there's nothing using any of this stuff. Right now, the only call that we need in this is apply upgrade. And yeah, technically this is an abstract class, so we don't need that. Like my brain was almost there when I was doing this, but now that I'm further ahead, I can just see it more clearly. Right? So now, since we know that every single thing that could be required is a game item of some sort, right? We can check by simply doing okay. And then now, inside of each game item, this can be bool. Right? So now, when we call this in each game item, it can have its own rules. So let's say like the item is you need to have killed 15 enemies or something like that, right? That's the check here. Oh gosh, I think I'm overcomplicating it again. Let's just go back and follow the pattern that I had made before. So instead of just game item, we can pass through upgrade data. You can get rid of this. I don't like this. But the idea is that if we call this here, so let's play this through. If we have ability A2 and it requires ability A1, this is ability A2. We call can learn on ability A2. A2 will have the can learn set up for checking its required upgrade. Which will then check against the player's log, or if it already meets the requirements for the required upgrade. But then the required upgrade will, let's say A1 will be checking A0 for that, or just A. And then A will return true. And if that returns true, B returns true. And then C or 2 will return true. So they're all just returning false trues. But yeah, this doesn't work the way I thought it would. At least not like this. I mean, this is the right way. But I think it itself needs to check if This is what's needed. I see. Okay, so we have to actually go back up to the player real quick. Grab this guy. There we go. Okay, so now as a baseline, this is what this would do. So I can just call base on just about, or not even call it. I could just use the default and get this functionality. That's the idea. Let's get rid of all of this now. And then if we need to do anything special down the road, we can just do that also. Just by calling base, passing in the player, and then adding any extra stuff that we need on top of it. We can still get this functionality without having to redo all of that. Okay, we don't need to do this. We do need to go back up to the upgrade manager, though. Don't need to worry about this for now. I'm going to be coming back to this later on. For right now, I'm just putting that so I don't get an error down the road as I'm testing things out. And it looks like we still got an error. What did we miss? There we go. Ah, we forgot to do this. Okay. So now, when we press that button, there we go. When we press this button, it'll call handle upgrade, which will then do apply upgrade. And now we don't need to worry about can, because in order for us to get to this point, we would have already had to have gone past the can stage before we even got to initialize. Right? And that's going to happen in the class we're going to make right now. But this is already assuming that we can. It will then try to apply the upgrade. Right? And so let's actually just set this as a baseline, because it's going to do this as part of the functionality of upgrade data, where it going to go character Sure. All right, we need to look at the ability manager real quick. Oops. That's why. I was in the wrong area. Upgrade manager. Okay, so now all this is doing is going to log the data as an upgrade type and store it as a learned upgrade. That way, in the future, this will work for whatever is next on the list of its path, line, and upgrades. Yeah. All right, next is let's change this also. Be consistent. So next we have the so we can actually get rid of this stuff. This was just taking it, this was just going to like a level I didn't need to go to. But this was basically doing everything that I'm doing now. But I'm going to, I'm giving up a little bit of performance in order to get more modularity, right? Instead of creating all of these different cases, I'm just going to store everything as a string and then have each one handle its own way of dealing with that string. So if there needs to be a case where the upgrade is learned only after you kill 1,000 enemies, there'll be a string for that, basically. That's the direction I'm going with this. So, like, when we do this, if it contains the item name, we're actually just going to make a game item, name that game item, or rather, an upgrade data, and then name that upgrade data something like, or I don't know, something like got 1,000 kills, right? And then internally, we have like an achievement, and once you hit 1,000 kills, you get that achievement, and then it will try to add to the upgrades that you've gotten that you have that 1,000 kills. And then if you have an ability that would require the 1,000 kills, it would just check if it can learn. It will see 1,000 kills in your upgrade stuff, and then that's it. So we would just need to apply upgrade to it. In other words, that's the modularity that this is affording, and it simplifies the code drastically instead of going through all of those steps of each specific case. I don't like using strings, but it is what it is. Just better this time. Okay. I think the next step is we actually need to create that manager. Let's do that. So we're going back to Unity real quick, and this is going to be a manager level script. And we're going to do it. So this is the slot. Technically, let's make this a prefab first. I think this is pretty much done. Right? So the benefit of doing that is now I can just duplicate this. And they all just have the same functionality. Right? But generally, this is not going to have anything in it. We're going to be instancing these as we need them. And we're probably going to have like a pool that we're pulling and pushing these from, because we're just changing this data. So you're going to see the implementation of that in the manager now. So let's go and create this over here. Same process, just are going to manager. And we just want to make up the upgrade UI manager. So we're going to rename this to be the upgrade panel. Oh, whoops. So this is the top level here. So I think the reason why is, yep. So I'm going to put this, we're going to attach a canvas group here to help out. And this is another manager that's over here. So let's just update this for the new UI that we just added. If I did that a little bit quickly, basically, I added a component to this to turn it into a canvas group. The reason why is because now we can control the so normally in Unity, if you want to do what's called a modulate in change the color, sorry, there, burped. If you want to change the color or adjust the alpha, you're going to have like get every single element. With canvas group, it kind of just gets all of the elements. So if we want to like fade in this, now we can through the canvas group. And we pass this in. Okay. All right, so now let's go and upgrade purchase UI. This is a slot. Team managers. Upgrade manager. There we go. Cannot add script upgrade manager. Oh, right. Upgrade UI manager. There. Okay, this one's a little bit simpler. Well, I mean, connection-wise. Connection-wise, this is a little bit simpler. Basically, we just need the content right here, this, as a reference. All right, and that's it. So, what is this? I'm gonna just call it a game object. Transform. Do that. Okay. And so basically we need two calls. So we're going to do these here. Public static Oh, actually, no. Because we already did this. We could do it this way. Oh, no. Nope, we can't do it that way. Oh. I don't know why it went bool all of a sudden, but okay. Okay. So this is where I think I want to clean the menu. Right? And since we're going from left to right, let's see. Oops. Oh, that's not good. We go down up. Or should we fade it? I think this is going to fade in. Whoa. This should fade in. Trying to get to 91. These should move, I guess. Weird. Anyway, okay. Unity. So we need to create a new panel, store everything in. Okay, there we go. Feels like something went off with that, but whatever. Figure that out later. Okay, so now this, we move that. Or overshoot and then settle. Then this, I don't know how it got out of line, but whatever. Right here. Yeah, there's something off with how it's positioned. I don't know what happened, so it is what it is. Oh, okay. That's it. We need to add in a reference to the rerolls. A reference to that, the container, the content container, and a reference to the exit button. And the reference to the level up container. So we need a few references. Oh yeah, and the top labels this. Okay, let's get to it. And the last are the buttons, reroll button and the close button. Got it. Okay, so now now we need to know which player, if we're doing multiplayer, which player's upgrade UI manager this is. So let's actually just go here. Okay, we'll let the game manager figure that out. So basically, we're just waiting until the game manager is settled before we designate the player. Okay. Going to be how we select the different upgrades. So we can assume that we need to take up 3 minimum. Right? So if we ever change that stat, then boom, that's it. So we need to know a couple things, actually. We need to know the player's last level when they opened it. And we also need to maintain a list. What? I guess we are using system collection. What is it crying about? Oh, generic. Gotcha. Go. So when we call this, we get the pool of learnable stuff. So this is all stuff that's still in the pool that is learnable. And then we just need to select 3 or whatever this amount is randomly and then add them to the upgrade data. Now, I think I do have something for this. I've sworn I made something like this. Oh, wait, maybe it's part-lib. Let's try it. Let's create it over here. I know for a fact that I made this. I don't know where it is. It's not popping up. You know what? Let's just do it the other way. We'll do it live, right?
okay, there.
There we go. So now we've pooled. This is my own pool system, but basically, we are pulling in and out these slots onto this object. Yeah, no, I think we were fine the way we were before. There we go. So now this will select the upgrades for us. And this will display current upgrades. So let's... There we go. All right, be right back. 1 sec. Yeah, gonna need about 3 minutes. Some family issues. Be right back. Okay, work is done-ish. Time to get back to work. Let's see. So we're doing display upgrades. Implement the tweening process here in a bit. I think that's it. I think that's it for the basic setup of it. Oh yeah, we have to do the active slot stuff. Okay. Okay. So now basically anytime that we call display upgrades, if we've changed the content, then we will go through the whole polling system. Basically the active slots are dirty, so we will deactivate all of them, clear the active slot. Then for each upgrade item, we'll try to pull back anything over here. And then repopulate the active slot. Initialize them with the information. And then set them to active. By doing this, we're doing a couple of things. We're triggering the polling system, for one. So technically, once we do this, all we're really doing is just getting the stuff that was deactivated over here. That way we aren't instancing stuff that we don't need to instance. We already have those, right? And that should be it. right? And then we can do turn off dirty. And now if we call display upgrades, when we call open menu, if the level is still the same, and we're not trying to just ignore the level change, then we kind of just ignore this, and we just do display upgrades, which is just going to upgrade the, or display the slots, right? So we actually can't do this yet. And then over here, we actually are going to display it. Should be it. Okay, that's the logic. That's the flow. Okay, that looks like it's good. So we just have two things to do on this side. We need to connect up this stuff on the, and then we also need to make sure that all the items are properly inheriting upgrade data. So let's start with the prefab. I think it was named upgrade. Yeah, there it is. Then the menu. Then content. Skill points. The reroll button. And the close button. Ah, we forgot to plug in. No, we didn't. We have it here. Close menu is going to go off when. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we forgot to add in the skill point stuff, so let's do that. Are there other things that I need to do? I think it's just that. Yeah, that's the only one. So, yeah, sure. I guess we could do it like that. Hmm. This is weird. This is the player, right? Oh, that's why. Okay. Gotcha. There we go. This should work now. Cannot implicitly convert. Oh. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, that should do it. So now we have access to... Oh, wait. It's supposed to say stuff. Hold on. I think it's supposed to say something. This just feels awkward. But it's supposed to say 10 and then skill points. But now the skill points are supposed to change. Instead of initializing this with the player, what we can do instead is initialize it with this. In the meantime, we can do this. And okay, there, that solves the problem a little bit. Then we can just do handle upgrade. I forget. I think we're supposed to... I think this is bad. Pretty sure this is bad. Right? I think what we actually should be doing... Let's undo this. This is bad code. Heck. There we go. Okay. That was just bad code. This is how you're supposed to do. There we go. That's how you're supposed to handle it. This is going to prevent problems down the road. There we go. Yep, this way I don't need to have a direct reference to this. And technically, you want to always ping back up through an event, or, sorry, through a signal, and then call down towards whatever is like the child of it. Right, like the child usually isn't calling back up. It's, yeah, okay. Okay, so what else? I think that's it. Took time, but we're basically done, insofar as how this is going to populate. The next part is we need to connect the data to upgrade data, which isn't. I don't think it's going to take too long. Give me 1 second. Let me think about this. So let's just write out the names of them, I guess. Ability data. Right, like that. And we can get rid of this. And then we have effect data, I believe. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I think this is the last one. This is inheriting effect data, so I think we're actually good. I think that's it. I think it was just those two. Oh, and then this. Okay, so that's the code side of it. Now it's the busy work side of it. What's wrong? Ah. Okay, so these are scriptable objects now, and we just need to go in and populate them with some information. In this case, let's test things out with the let's test things out with the female basic. So we're actually going to do a couple of things. First, let's go here so I don't get myself killed automatically when I do test this. I will forget to change this. Right, so we're only going to spawn every like 3 seconds. And we're going to turn off all of those abilities using the why is it not safe? There we go. Using the debug way, which is to do all of this mumbo jumbo that you're seeing. So we're just going to turn all of these off. All right, so let's do that. So we're using the female character. So the goal is to get the get a couple of things. We need to get it so that way the pool. Well, let's break this down into steps. First, we want to call the upgrade method and tell it to add an upgrade via the debug. And we're going to tell it which upgrade we want it to add. And when it adds that upgrade, internally, the upgrade should want to handle this. So we're going to need access to the broker. Is there like a public broker? Yeah, okay. So instead of calling this here, we'll be calling this on the item itself. But we'll be calling it through something else. That way, instead of having 3 separate calls in order to set this up, we just call it once, and it should take care of the rest. That's the goal. I think I messed up somewhere. Yeah, we made a mistake. We made a mistake. We made a mistake. Okay. So this should be game item. And this should be an interface called upgrade data. Is what I'm thinking. No, we did it right. There's no way to do that through an interface. Because we have to cache some information. I mean, technically we could, but no, we can't. We can't. We did it the right way. We did it the only way we could do it. Let's just move on. Oh, okay, so we call this fly upgrade, right? And so now let's take a look at the effect data. I think effect data needs to have a here, public abstract class ability effect data that is going to inherit effect data, and we can just make this public or right, like this. So now we know what ability this effect is supposed to target, and that's what's needed here. And then now we just need to go through each one of these, like stun effect and so on, all of those. Stun. There we go. Okay, so damage effect data. Let's just do all of them. Knockback. Oh gosh. Okay, we can't do all of them. Oh, that's silly. Prime time. Hey. Yeah, be right back. Okay, let's finish this stuff. Where are we? Okay, right. So now basically now we just go into the resource. The very first ability that we want to get is going to be the female bullet. And it's going to require interesting. Female bullet should require... Oh, it's probably named female or girl. Where is it? Yep, there it is. It's going to require the girl character. And we want it to do nothing right now. We just need this part to work, right? So basically, when we start, this is going to just be like the default ability that you usually get in these games. And we're going to test it twice. The first time we're going to test it is going to be on the female character. That works. Great. Then the second time on the male character, if it works, as in if we get the ability, that's bad. Right? So so when we go to character data real quick, right? We want to actually get this. I think it's actually public. Can learn. There we go. Huh, actually we could just do it this way. We don't need to override this. Where is it? So it would actually, I think, be in the game character section. But we're gonna do this, so it's only the player that has to worry about this. Actually, over here. Right, so when we initialize, we're going to apply upgrade. So we want to do this before the... No, we want to do this, yeah, before base initialize. And all apply upgrade will do is tap our upgrade manager to make us learn the upgrade. Then inside of learn upgrade, we'll check if we already have the identity. Is it using the identity, really? I guess so, yeah. The identity. Okay. That makes more sense than using the name. That means that we actually have to go here. And change this from being... Oh, we don't have to change anything. Are you sure? What the heck? I feel like I feel like I missed something here. I think I'm confusing this part. This part we don't have to worry about. The item name. The upgrade itself just uses the identity of the item. Okay. So... Oh, that's a problem. We don't need this. Right? All this means is that we actually learned it. Right? And once we add something to this, through learning, we should be able to remove it from the pool. Or actually, no, we keep everything. We just contrast it to learned upgrades. Gotcha. Okay. But we do not add anything to item through add item. And that's it. That's actually it. Get rid of this. So now, we do have a small problem with this. So instead, this is an upgrade change. So instead of doing this, what we can do is Uh, let's take a look at upgrade event. Yeah. Instead of doing this, we're going to pass through so instead of that, this is problematic. Because we're no longer using an instance version, we're just directly using this. So what we actually want to do is, oops, we want to take this, get rid of this altogether. We're no longer even using that section of this code base. So instead, do this here. Okay, there. That should do it. So now when we learn an upgrade, it'll ping out the event on upgrade changed. And if things need to know about what the upgrade was, we have its identity passed through. And upgrade manager here. Bring learned upgrades. Okay, I think that's it. And then when we do get learnable pool, create a list, upgrade for upgrade datas, upgrade pool, keys. If it's learned, we don't. And then we also need to do if. Right? That's what we're looking to do. So in our test, what we want to do is we want to get the learnable pool first, and then learn the upgrade. Now, learn upgrade internally, these upgrades need to, let's go to that ability that we're going to grab, the female bullet. Or actually, we can just do it in ability this way. Ability data. Okay. Forgot what's even here. Ah. Yeah, that's a thing. That's easy to do. And after that, we also need to do player. So let's look at what we did at the player again. First, we don't need to do the item. Let's just copy paste this. We do it internally. I think we should. I think we should. Right? I mean, it doesn't get called like every frame for to do it. If not can learn player, then apply upgrade or item. It'll create the item. That's the owner. Right. And boom, it will now create this ability. Hopefully. That's the idea. Ooh. The next trick is Okay. So that call should let us apply character upgrades. Would start us off with immediately learning anything that has a character requirement, and that we can learn it. That's the idea. I thought we were doing something here for a second, but I think we stopped, yeah. But I don't think we need to mess with can learn here, because the first thing this does now, or the first thing the player does, is it sets this as one of the things that one sec. Yeah, it learns that, I guess. Adds it to its learned list. Okay. So now the only call that we should need to make here is ability or upgrade. Apply character upgrades. Right, and so now this should immediately get that bullet shot thing. And that should be the only thing that functions. Everything else is turned off. Test this out. If this works, we're going to call it a day. Let's actually turn the new UI thing off for now. Or, yeah, let's just make it not... Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's crash. Let's crash real quick. I don't know what I forgot. I'm pretty sure I forgot something. Oh. Okay. We forgot stuff. So, object is not set to an instance of the object, line number 31. Well, let's first check to see if we're initializing. Okay. Right. Right. So we definitely have initialized them. Next is if upgrade is actually a thing. Yeah, we're just passing this. But what is it saying isn't? Okay, let's try to figure out what it's saying is the problem. Ah, whoops. What? Oh. Why is system diagnostic? And it works now, right? What is it saying? I don't get it. It's saying that all of these are false, so none of these are null. Alright, let's check out the other one in the meantime. Line 67. I don't get it. Null reference exception. Is there a reason why we're doing it here? I don't think so. Oh, I see. Okay. Because we were trying to time it after the atlas. There's always something. I guarantee you this is going to come back saying, no, it's not null. I don't know what I'm telling you. Why I'm telling you it's null. Guarantee it's going to be 4 false. I would love it to say true, but no, it's going to say 4 false. False, 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 false. And then if I get rid of this, this is going to return that this is null. Null reference. What the heck? Okay, the goal here is to get this to crash out at line 16. If we can get there, then that means the problem is in Atlas. But right now it's sending me mixed signals. Basically it's saying everything is fine, and then when I run it, it obviously is not. Nope. It gets past it. Interesting. Oh, that would explain exactly what's happening here. This is never called. Okay. So what we have to do is go like this. And we don't need initial upgrades. Not using them. Okay. All right, now let's try it. So now this should be... The crazy part is this is giving me back the wrong information. That's what's real crazy. Okay. Right, those should have been giving me back true because they were null. Like they're well, I think they're null. Pretty sure they're null. I didn't initialize them, in other words. We also need to look for the Atlas. There it is. And we should in this case, we want the female bullet. Okay, so this is the only ability. Now we're going to run this. And it should add the female bullet from the Atlas by default, because I think I am using the female character. But we got no reference exception again. Again in the update. How, Sway? Yeah, working on something like that. It was part of a game jam originally. But I kind of liked how it was coming out, so decided to post jam it a little bit. Basically, I'm gonna take the formula for the way I built this and then just take that, put it into some other projects. But who knows? The artistic process. Like I'm learning as I'm going along. There it is. Okay, gotcha. This is the problem. You're calling this before we actually... This is the initialize routine. So we need to take this. There we go. What is that? Oh, this is crazy. Okay. I get what's happening. You have to go here and do this. Oh, we already did it. Awesome. Nice, I did it. I think I survived. Yeah, I mean, it's as complicated as you want to make it. So right now, I am actually just at the end of where I want it to be for today. So it's just a matter of getting this thing working. But I was hitting optimization early on. Well, since like 2 days ago, I had started doing optimization. Finished it today. For the most part. But I'm using spatial partitioning for the enemies. Okay. So she is not attacking. Tells me she doesn't have the ability. Does she? Nope, she doesn't. Interesting. Oh, that's why. We have to do this. A vertical side scroller. I'm trying to... Oh, you mean like you're going up or down kind of situation? Like it's like one of those elevator games? Is that what you mean? Like the sky is falling or the ground is... lava is rising or something like that? Oh, cool. I think I slowed down the enemy spawn rate a little bit too much because I didn't want to die immediately. Oh, let me speed it up. No, I'm still not attacking. Alright, let's track what's happening here. Space shooter. Okay, so is it endless up and down, or like I'm picturing in my mind asteroids, but vertical. Like you can move up and upwards and downwards, kind of thing. Is that what you went for? Or you mean like Galaga, where you're like at the bottom and the world is, like that kind of thing? Okay, cool. Yeah, I would like to make one of those. I think those are actually really good for a lot of those games are really good for getting your feet wet on just like what you should do. I made the mistake of starting off super complex, and so now I'm working my way backwards, but it's weird, well, not weird. I still learned a lot along the way. Um, it is a pretty simple concept. And from there you get, from there you get into the whole area of like doing stuff like this, right? Where you just basically realize that a lot of game dev is just about creating manager classes to kind of keep your game organized, and then tapping into those as resources for communicating. Because I remember the first thing that when I made my first project was, how do I get these different components to communicate? And everyone is talking about get component um in the in any board that you go on or anything like that, and then you're like, oh, okay, but then you realize down the road, you're not really supposed to be using get component for everything. It's there, it's nice, but like I can show you in a second. Let me just test this real quick. Like, there's nothing truly wrong with using get component, but it just depends on how much you're using it, I guess. I don't know. And I did not get a console call on that at all. So what's happening here? The upgrade pool count is 0. But I'm guessing. That's crazy. How is that a thing? Alright, let's do this. Debug. I mean, technically I could just use the atlas directly instead of using a pool, but I wanted to use a dictionary or convert the atlas to a dictionary for quick lookups. Okay, there is one object in the atlas. That's correct. So what's happening here? What's happening in add to pool? if it does not contain. Add to pool. Oh, yeah, nah. We don't need this. Technically, this shouldn't be a problem, though. Let me, print or debug. Log. All right, let me actually show it to you now. Where is it? So I learned this this approach through going through Godot for the most part, and how they want to handle it, and I realized it's actually really just like convenient. So I applied it as a convention, which is for safety purposes. We call down and signal back up. So you'll see, like, in this kind of inventory kind of situation, I have, where is it? I have, is this the right area? Where is this? Oh, this is just a regular up. That's what I'm like. There we go. Okay, so we have, my UI stuff. So this is the UI, it's kind of hidden. Let me show it. This is the, upgrades you can purchase stuff, right? So this stuff that you can buy, let's hide it again. It's nowhere near done. It looks ugly. This stuff that you can buy, when we create new ones, this is my pooling system. Never mind it, just think of it as like an instantiate call. So I'm instantiating a new slot, then I'm going to add it as a child of the content holder. And then I initialize it, right? Now initialize is a call on the slot itself, right? The upgrade purchase slot. So I can call down to this. But then I don't create, you can say, a hard reference between the upgrade manager and what's above it. Instead, what I do is I signal back up to the update manager through a static member. And so it propagates around to whichever update manager actually cares about this message. So even if for some reason the game loses track, or this goes out and it's pooled onto somebody else's, like this slot, for example, if this was a multiplayer game, could be pooled onto somebody else's UI, and I wouldn't have to worry about who it was communicating with. I just pass through the player, and it would be the manager for the correct player, basically. Right? It's that flexibility that signaling back up allows. Otherwise, if I called, I'd have to, every single time, I'd have to make sure that we pass through a reference to this. Which isn't a big deal. It's just to show that this is... They're both valid ways, but this one doesn't force you to have a static reference to any particular manager. If there is a case where we have multiple players and they all have multiple managers. So, yes, I'm flirting with the idea of turning Survivor's clone into a multiplayer Survivor's clone. That's kind of what I was goofing around with. I don't know. Right, so let's test that out. This is probably why it's stopping, but that shouldn't stop it because the character is the female character. But we'll find out now. Yeah, that's what's stopping it. Okay, I think we can't do that. I think what we have to do is this. That's crazy. Did I forget to save? It's not being called. Okay. That's crazy. This right here should be this. So the only thing left to do is to upgrade. And find out what that actually is. If it's the female bullet, then question is, oh, this is add to pool. This is a different thing. Still, we need to find it. Let's go. Yeah, female bullet. Okay. So, female bullet requires just having the girl as the update. Right? That's all it requires. Then if we click the girl and we check the girls for upgrades. So female bullet should be calling. Let's actually take a look at that. Yeah, female bullet should be calling. So when we call can learn here, it should be checking this if required upgrade is equal to null. If this is true, then we skip this and then we would just return false. Right? So we need to actually just test this part out. But if it's coming back true, so we need to at least see this once. If we don't see that, then that means this is, for some reason, being set to null. Oh, I see. Okay. Player upgrade manager contains. Okay, I screwed up. So it's not. If the upgrade manager doesn't already contain this upgrade, and then the required can be learned. That's what I was looking to do. That was the source of my problems. All So it says that it added it. Should start attacking when something gets close enough to me. Just not sure where anything is. Yep, there we go. Okay, good. It's not doing any damage to them yet because I took off damage, but... Very nice. Okay. Alright, next is, let's clean this up a bit. That should fix it. Okay. I think that's it. I think I don't want to go any further than this right now. Feel like that should be it. Turn this off. There we go. I feel like that's it. Managers. Let's check this out one more time. Let's fix that spawn manager. There we go. I think that guy just teleported. Yep, they're teleporting. I knew about that. I knew I needed to fix it. I just haven't found the want to fix it yet. I wanted to get this done, basically. And it is basically done. Now that this is set up, we can purchase these abilities. Alright, I'm having too much fun. Yeah, getting a gameplay loop is... there's levels what you can call a skill. And to go from learning to getting to having a skill, there's certain milestones. One of them is being able to create a gameplay loop. That's a skill. And the other is being able to complete a game. That's another skill. If you can get those two down and then get really good at doing, especially the latter one, you're golden. That's why I do game jams mostly. It's just to get my head behind the idea of completing projects. What the heck? Okay. Oh yeah, so now we need to test it. Let's switch the character over to the guy and test what that looks like. I forgot where to add the new data for when we change characters. I think we do it in code. I don't think we do it here. Nope, we do it somewhere else. No. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Oh. It has to be where we set the data. So data equal. Oh, we don't know that. Character data. Right. So where are we setting this data? Ah, in the game manager. Gotcha. So um oh, selected it? Ah, okay, that's what I'm doing. So now I should have no you know what, let's actually just add it on the fly and see like how quick the workflow is for this. So it would be just go to abilities, the mail slash, then we go here, oh boy. We also need to go to the atlas and just need to add in the mail. There you go. And now instead of the shot going overboard, and let's actually speed this up a bit. Every second. Instead of a shot going overboard, we're going to just slash things that come close to us, hopefully. This works. Good. It might error, I think. No, it should work. Should work fine. Yes, awesome. Love it when a good plan comes together. Guy moves hecka slow, though. He was supposed to move very fast over a period of time. And the girl was supposed to move quickly, but not as fast. Also, he doesn't have grab range, so he's not picking up items. Ah. Okay. It's working. I'm going to call it there. That's going to be the end of it for today. Did a little bit of UI work. We just need to, so the next step is going to be hooking in the stuff into the UI, and then just being able to spend skill points to get them. Like when I click it, I purchase them using a skill point. And also getting them to show up based on what can be unlocked. That should be it. But the effect, or rather the abilities themselves, will be learned proper, which is good. That's what I wanted to test. Alright, that's good. Thanks for joining me. I'm going to call it there. As usual, if there's any questions, ask during the stream. I'll try to answer any questions that I can. I'll probably be streaming again, maybe in, not sure if tomorrow, but definitely within the next 2 days. Alright, take care.